De glemmer oss. Det Kanskje vi skal bare sitte helt stille, og så glemmer de oss. Skal vi se, nå åpner det et eller annet her.
Sì, ti so. Ho anche il contratto, sì, 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 mi stanno un po' più. Ok. Ciao, ciao. Niente, tanto esce. Vabbè, ma quando lo sta uscendo.
Oui, bonjour, je vous téléphone concernant mes travaux de remplacement de système chez mes parents, en nombre de placard, etc. Euh, ça a été prévu initialement début septembre, de proposer pour plus tard. Donc voilà, j'ai envoyé plusieurs mails récemment, mais je n'ai pas encore eu de
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this final meeting of the second edition of this program, the European Common Customs Evaluation Program. As we all know, this program is founded by the European Commission in the frame of European Anti-Fraud Program, and it is carried out it has been carried out and it is carried on by 4 universities, University of Rotterdam, University of Münster, University of Valencia, and University of Bologna. And today we are here in Bologna to discuss on some recent developments about the international scenario and the customs law, focused on the issues related to the valuation of the customs. And we have a very dense program today, but before starting with presentation, I would like just briefly express again my gratitude to my partner at University of Rotterdam, Valencia, and Münster. I'm honored to be alongside with them, and I'm honored today gathered here in Bologna to discuss these very hot topics today. So I stop here because we do, as I said, we do have a very dense program. I would like to stress the importance of every speaker to stay and keep the time assigned, 10 minutes, quarter at maximum for each speaker. And enjoy. We do have slide. As always, we are going to publish our slides and other materials on our website. All other informations about the program and publications and essays and documents are going to be posted on our website. And final publication gathering all the documents, all the essays, all the materials carried out in this program is going to be posted and published with open access and accessible to our website. So stay in touch, and by the end of the year, proceed to our website to get all the materials, all the relevant materials produced by our research in our programs. So having said that, I would say let's start. And we do have a very dense program, and I would call upon Benedict Wemma and Sophie Vanestich, a very hot topic, customs control in e-commerce. As we all know, it is a very hot topic, and particularly in this time at institutional level, it is very sensitive, time sensitive topic. So I go there, and you can use this microphone. Federico. Question about the
Sì, dall'inizio. Ma condivido lo schermo su Teams. So, do you have the remote? Yeah. No, sorry. Okay, floor is yours.
Okay, Benedict, some technical issues as often in customs. And Sophie and Benedict, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Today, Benedict and I will speak about customs control in e-commerce. We will look at the issues of undervaluation and e-commerce, what the challenges and problems are, and how they can be controlled and contained. First, we begin with the question, what is undervaluation? Undervaluation happens when traders declare a lower value for goods than the actual one. This can be done in many ways, not only by entering an incorrect value on the invoice, but also by splitting contracts or declaring wrong quantities. The aim is always the same, to reduce the customs value so that less customs duties and less import VAT have to be paid. Now we will have a short look on how does customs clearance work in e-commerce in general. For e-commerce, for imports, every shipment must be declared. Customs duties apply when the value is higher than 115 euros, and import VAT has to be paid from the very first cent since July 2021. To handle the large number of shipments, there's a simplified procedure. It applies to shipments up to 115 euros. And here is only a reduced data set needed, in particular, only a 6-digit tariff code. There are different procedures for import clearance, the normal procedure, the IOSS procedure, and a special arrangement. So while the system makes clearance faster, it also brings new risks. And this brings me to the next important point, the challenges in e-commerce. E-commerce is complex because many different actors are involved. Online platforms, sellers, couriers, and many of them are outside the European Union. This makes the supply chain non-transparent. A positive step was that since 2021, platforms like Amazon can be held liable for VAT collection, and courier and postal services often take over the customs clearance. This makes things easier for the consumers. but much more complicated for traders because they have to declare the customs value or the tariff classification correctly. And the third point is that customs authorities face a massive volume of small shipments every day. It is impossible to check them all physically. Declarations are often incomplete or incorrect, and in addition, at the same time, customs authorities must check product safety, CE markings, the declaration documents, and so on. The risks for customs authorities are clear: overload due to the shipments flood, poor data quality, lack of staff, and a dependence on IT systems. And if fraud is not detected, citizens may lose confidence in customs enforcement. The risks are not only for customs authorities, but also for the European Union as a whole. There are tax losses for missing VAT and duties. There is unfair competition when European Union traders follow the rules, but traders outside the European Union do not. Unsafe products may harm consumers. And at last, organized crime uses e-commerce for fraud. So general e-commerce challenges are mainly operational: too many shipments, poor data, lack of staff, but undervaluation is a specific fraud pattern. It is about false values and intentional deception. This makes it especially difficult to fight. The main problems in combating undervaluation are atypically low declared values, wrong tariff codes, complicated supply chains, and control gaps. Benedict will go into this problem in more detail in a moment. The impact is again serious: tax losses, unfair competition, loss of trust in the internal market, and a greater attraction for organized crime. So undervaluation is not a small issue. It's a real threat to the European Union market.
Thank you, Sophie. How can I get the... Can you get me the... Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, thank you, Sophie. I will continue with the sanction of undervaluation topic. And to be honest, I don't want to say much about the sanction topic because the problem is well known. We have discussed this in several seminars as part of our research project. You know, the member states provide for sanctions in the event of infringement of customs legislation. And as a result, the sanctioning of undervaluation varies between individual member states. But in the area of e-commerce, one point is very interesting to me: who should actually be punished here in e-commerce? The buyer from the European Union? It's a private individual. He just bought something online on the internet. He doesn't know anything about customs or customs evaluation, and he probably didn't know that the goods didn't came from Europe. So this is probably the wrong person to punish in e-commerce. On the other hand, the seller from the third country, of course, he would be the right person, but will he care? Will he pay the fines? I don't think so. He is usually not even accessible for the European authorities. So this is a problem in e-commerce, and we will look at this problem later when we talk about the planned customs reform. So we start with the main topic, the customs control. Before we ask ourselves how we deal with violation, in particular undervaluation, such violation must first be identified. Therefore, we have to do customs control. The central regulation here is Article 46 of the Union's Customs Code, and paragraph 1 is the legal basis for customs control in Europe. The paragraph 1 says the customs authorities may carry out any customs control they deemed necessary. We don't need national control laws anymore. The UCC is sufficient. So everything can be controlled. However, the reality is described in paragraph 2. Customs controls primarily be based on risk analysis. Without prior risk analysis, customs controls are hardly meaningful. So if we look at risk analysis, the member states have own risk analysis departments that examine the flow of goods and determine which shipments are to be checked based on the analysis results. Risk profiles are made available to customs officials during clearance, allowing the targeted checks. There are currently no common standards or processes for the whole risk analysis. The legal requirements are the same, but the implementation couldn't be more different in Europe. For example, in Germany, the risk management department consists more of 200 officials and data analysts working in shifts 24/7. And we heard in the previous seminars, there are different approaches in each member states. So we see there are some challenges in doing customs controls in general in Europe. Let's look at the challenges. Central challenges is that the customs authorities' human resources often cannot keep pace with the increasing volume of declaration. I give you some figures here from last year in Germany. In Germany, a total of 5,852 customs officers processed last year a total of 345.4 million import customs declarations and 242 million export customs declaration. This means an average approximately of 100,000 clearances per officer. This is a very large, very big number. Of course, we should be careful with such comparison. I know on the one hand, large companies in Germany often use simplifications like entry in the declarant's records according to Article 182. On the other hand, the 5,800 customs officers include part-time work, further training, sick leave, parental leave. So it's still a large number. This figures makes it clear that a large number of customs declaration cannot be examined in detail. So we ask ourselves, are customs controls a rare exception in practice? And if we look at the data, the first thing is there is no data about customs controls and checks. We ask the customs authority in Germany, they refuse to answer. 15 years ago, the last time they said about 2%, they control 2% of all imported goods. Now it's estimated that less than 0.1% of all shipments are actually physically inspected, 1 of 1,000. This estimate is based on our findings from our research project, but it shows the problem here. The challenging of customs controls on e-commerce shipments, we bring both together now. Due to the large number of shipments, Sophie already told you about this, meaningful controls are only possible through risk analysis. But the risk analysis can only be as good as the available data. And here comes a problem Sophie already told you. Less data due to the reduced data set, very often very poor data quality. I think about it, why is the data quality is so poor? In my opinion, e-commerce companies are often smaller companies without large customs department and long experience in preparing customs declaration. And some simply don't want to, I guess. So we have problems with the data quality. Another challenge is that good approaches from risk analysis don't work or don't work well in the area of e-commerce. I give you one example. For example, the risk parameters for consigners in third country. In Germany, a blacklist is used in e-commerce. If an e-commerce company has declared too low customs values and ends up on the blacklist and is subject to increased customs controls. But in this case, however, the consignor or the company name often changes quickly. So this approach don't work well in e-commerce. So how big is the problem on e-commerce? I bring you some charts from Germany. You see last year in Germany, 68% of all customs declarations are e-commerce. So this is not a little problem beside we can ignore. This is a central point of how we declare customs and how we do the customs clearance. So we should take this seriously. However, it should be noted that this chart here is compares the number of shipments. Comparing the values of goods certainly paint a difficult picture here. So last one, we should take the look at the opportunities to improve and the planned customs reform. First of all, how can we improve the current system? The risk management must be improved and the processes must be adapted to the specifics of e-commerce. E-commerce is still treated as normal customs declaration in many member states, and it's not. The second point for me is improving the exchange between individual member states to current developments and risks on e-commerce. And the last one is maybe my opinion, but we could try more priority control areas or joint customs operation in the area of e-commerce. This could create a better awareness for the problem. The e-commerce topic has also been incorporated in the new reform. There are 3 points, and these 3 changes, if they make it into the law, certainly will fundamentally change the e-commerce. The first point is a reduction of the classical e-commerce volume by abolishing the 150 euro exemption limit. For me, it's an important and a good approach, because why should someone who ships 100 items on a pallet be treated worse than someone who ships 100 items individually? That makes no sense. No economic, no tax related, and no ecological sense to me. The second point is better coordination on comparable control standards through requirements of the new EU Customs Authority. Also a good idea, but I wonder how quickly a new customs authority will make progress here. We will see, I think. And last but not least, the most discussed point, I think, is the responsibility of the platform operators at fictitious importers. It will help because we don't want to penalize the buyer and we can't penalize the seller. So now with this regulation, we have someone we can penalize, but maybe this goes too far. I don't know, actually. Liability for duties, okay, I get it, but liability for all security aspects, I don't know. I look forward to your opinion on this. So as always, there's still a lot to discuss. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Benedict. Thank you, Sophie, for this very insightful presentation. Lots of insights. I don't know if anyone has some remarks, some questions. I got some notes. I would have some, but due to the density of our program, I keep it for the last part of our discussion. So thank you again. And now, Benedict, Martin. Martin has a little remark, I think. Martin.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. The only thing I wanted to add, and maybe nice for stand here. Yeah, I'm there. What is maybe nice for people to look up themselves is a report that was issued last week. Actually, it's a report on the controls of products entering the EU market with regard to the product compliance in 2024, and it presents some interesting figures, especially on page 24, which speaks about the control rate. And I just read it out loud. The control rate per million shows a marked decline from 2022 to 2024. In 2024, almost 400,000 interventions were carried out, and that corresponds to the lowest control rate out of 82 interventions per million released items. So that comes down to 0.0082% of all released items. So just wanted to add that.
I would say very interesting. Please send me this report. We are going to publish on the website. Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much for this further insight. And now, thank you, Benedict. Thank you, Sophie, again. And here is Cristina Faone. Cristina is a PhD candidate at the University of Verona. She is also official at the Italian Customs Authority. Anyhow, we highlight that Cristina is now presenting in personal opinions and in personal capacity, not representing the official position of the Italian Customs Authority. So, Cristina, the floor is yours. The topic is the hot topic, the core topic of our research, which is the controls, and focusing on statistical instruments for customs control, statistical value, the control based on statistical analysis. And I think Cristina is going to reflect also on some hypotheses where the statistical values is not workable, cannot be applied, and particularly on some specific cases. So I stop here again, and Cristina, the floor is.
Good morning. Presentazione.
No.
Ok. Presentazione.
Okay.
No, sì, okay. Thank you. Good morning to everybody. It's widely recognized that determining customs value must adhere strictly to specific criteria outlined in the Union Customs Code. These criteria are hierarchically linked to one another, and compliance with their sequence is mandatory not only for the economic operator, but also for the customs administration when it refuses the customs value declared by importers under Article 140 of the implementing regulation. In recent years, there has been an increasing tendency among customs administration to utilize statistical value to check the correctness of the value declared by importers. Typically, databases provide a statistical average value for imported goods along with a range from a minimum to a maximum price within which the price may be considered fair. To determine whether statistical data can be used to assess customs value, it is crucial to distinguish between using databases to detect undervalued customs declaration and employing databases to establish customs value when the importer's declared value is deemed unreliable. According to the World Customs Organization, statistical values shouldn't be used as a mechanism for customs authorities to establish minimum values. Customs value must reflect the real economic value of the imported product, as outlined in the Article 7 of the GATT. Database therefore should only serve as a means for cross-checking to identify importations likely at risk of undervaluation, specifically when declared the price is more than 50% lower than the statistical average. The price difference is sufficient to justify the administration's doubts and potentially reject the declared customs value. However, the Court of Justice of the European Union has recently permitted the use of statistical data for determining customs value, as long as these values pertain to goods with the same origin and are assigned to same tariff code. In certain judicial decisions, it has been stated that customs authorities are obligated to consult all available information sources and databases to ensure that the resulting value closely approximates the actual value. Nevertheless, more recently, it has been argued that the customs authority of a member state may limit itself to using information from its national databases, which it compiles and manages. If this information, if this information is sufficient for determining a customs value, the customs authority is not required to assess information held by other member states or European Union institutions. This is possible, but this is not mandatory. In the national framework, judicial courts accept the use of statistical values for determining customs value too. Some have argued that statistical values should only be considered a form of assistance, an aid, meaning the customs administration is required to demonstrate that the data used to reconstruct the value is connected to the transaction that are comparable in quantity or quality to those being assessed. Others contend that the database employed by the administration are reliable systems for detection and verification, as they are based on data from the overall import system. Nevertheless, some judges have ruled against the improper use of statistical values, particularly in cases where customs authorities failed to adhere strictly to the criteria of the Article 140 of the UCC. It's important to note that in all these rulings, it has been stated that the usability of statistical values depends on the economic operator right to be heard. Consequently, customs administration are permitted to use findings from the databases they employed, provided that the economic operator has had the opportunity during the administrative process to demonstrate, of course without success, that the statistical values used don't represent the true value of the imported goods. Thus, if the right to cross-examination and the right to be heard are guaranteed, the use of databases for reassessing value appears permissible. On this topic, we are awaiting a judicial decision from the Court of Justice of the European Union regarding the case Keladis 1 and Keladis 2. The Greek customs, as a reminder for us, no? The Greek customs authority used the statistical value derived from a risk assessment tool developed by the Olaf. In this instance, the data utilized are aggregated, which means that the specific characteristics of the product, such as the quality, cannot be taken into account. And in his opinion delivered in May 2025, the Advocate General deemed the use of such data admissible. He assumed that it should be considered only as a fallback method, so only a last resort when there is insufficient information regarding the goods in inspection. If the European Union, if the European Court of Justice agrees with the Advocate General's conclusion, customs authority will be allowed to use minimum values, including threshold prices, obtained from statistical value to determine customs value, despite the prohibition specified in the Article 7 of the GATT. The European Union Commission has indicated that this practice may be acceptable, provided that the use of statistical value to redetermine customs value doesn't become a systematic approach, and that the economic operator is given the chance to justify any low prices indicated in its declaration. But this implies that the risk analysis values have to be shown to the economic operator. This is the real issue at hand. These conclusions aligns with the judicial decision in the case of the European Commission versus the United Kingdom of the Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in which the European Commission was permitted to calculate losses of traditional resources using statistical data based on Olaf and Joint Research Center methodologies. But if this is the state of art in custom values, it could be reasonable to exclude the use of statistical value when intangible goods are incorporated in the goods and the relevant license fees are not already included in the sale price. As we know, royalty and license fees must be added to the transaction value, provided that their payment is a condition of the sale of good. Article 136, paragraph 4 of the implementing regulation stipulates that the criteria whereby the remuneration of royalties is considered a condition of the sale. And among these hypotheses, the one that has been most discussed in the context of the Italian judicial decision is the link between the licensor and the buyer. Under Article 127 of the implementing regulation, there is a wide definition of control, which includes both de jure and de facto control. In Italy, judges delineate a distinction between control over the product and control over the producer. Where the licensor exercises control over quality standards in the manufacture of products that will subsequently incorporate the trademark, the payment of royalties is not a condition for a sale. It is comprehensible to ensure that producers adhere to safety standard and treat their workers fairly. This is important for the preservation of the company's reputation, and it's evident that maintaining an ethical brand image is of a great significance in the current era. On the other hand, in the event of the control exerted by the licensor over the production, logistics, or delivery of goods being transformed into a power of conditioning, orientation, and coercion of trademark owners, the licensor is empowered to withhold their royalties, thereby effectively impeding the production of the aforementioned goods. In order to verify the licensor steering power over production, it is necessary to analyze the clauses of the sale contract and those of the license agreement. One such side in this verification process is the set of indicators developed by TechSud. While these indicators are not legally binding, they nevertheless serve as a crucial tool to ensure the uniform application of the customs code by member states' customs authority. The determination of royalty, therefore, necessitates an analytical examination of the circumstances and peculiarities of the specific case in question. In this regard, the Italian Customs Agency has also issued in the instruction number 21 of the 2012 which underscored the necessity of employing a case-by-case approach. So I think that this is a case in which the risk analysis values cannot be used to redetermine the customs value declared by importer. Because it's important this utilize this case-by-case approach. So meaning the statistical value are impersonal, no? So this is my conclusion, and thank you for your attention.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Christina, also for keep it in 10 minutes. Very interesting. The statistical value is one of the core topic of our research, and we all wait for the Calades judgment. And but as you also said, the path toward the usage of statistical value seems to be quite traced, and we wait for the clarification. Final, we hope, clarification from the European Court of Justice about the condition and possibility and condition of usage of the statistical value for custom purposes adjustments. Thank you, Christina. Are there any other remarks? So thank you, Christina. Very good. We are quite on time. So now I would call upon Fabrizio Vismara, Professor Fabrizio Vismara, who is a professor of international law and particularly devoted to customs law at the University of Insubria, Varese, and wait a second, Fabrizio. It is a pleasure for us to have him here, and again, a very hot topic, documents in customs. Just but you can also use. Okay. So again, as I said, a very hot topic also for the concreteness of the customs operation documents in customs valuation. So I give you the floor. I start. Yeah, let's one second. I have to admit this. Okay. And wait a second, Fabrizio, because no, wait,
the last one.
Okay, but I would like to give you this. Okay, Fabrizio, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Really, it's a great pleasure for me being here, being invited to this very important event, and I'm very happy to be here with highly esteemed experts from all over Europe and Italy. Well, what about my presentation? I'm going to speak about documents, customs evaluation and documents. I would start with a question. What is a document? We all know that in the customs code, at the beginning, Article 5 start with a list of definitions. In customs law, definitions are extremely important because they guarantee the uniform application of rules in Europe. When I start teaching in the first class of customs law, the first suggestion I give my students is read Article 5. Definitions are the starting point. And surprisingly, we don't find a definition of documents, even if we know that documents are extremely important. You file a customs declaration, the customs authority evaluate data, informations, and if any documents. And by request of the authorities, you have to file documents. But what is a document? Contractual document, transport document, insurance policy, agreements with third parties, resale agreement. What is it? We don't have a definition. And this is perfectly clear for the European Commission because in the guidelines 2024, it's said expressly in the commentary number 6, what is it, a document? And they say, the Commission say, customs authority should be prepared to accept any document irrespective of its form and presentation. So no issue of applicable law. I may have a license agreement from China, a license agreement from the United States. We as a professor of international law, I'm very interested on issue related to applicable law, but this doesn't matter. It's a document as such as a, as starting point for evaluating the transaction. So we don't have a definition of document. And in addition, we may have documents coming from any kind of jurisdiction. I may have an invoice coming from a legal order where VAT doesn't exist, but it is an invoice. So from this first remark, we don't have a definition of document, and customs authority should be prepared to accept any kind of document subject to their evaluation. And as we will see, the main principle is, if I may say so, consistency. Documents must be consistent. It's not a matter of validity, formally, substantially. Yes, maybe also that, but consistency is the main principle and is expressed by Article 15 of the Code. What kind of documents? Whatever, we may say whatever. Tax, commercial invoices, value list, transport documents. I don't want to mention all of them. You know that. Custom documentation, certificates, contractual documentation, orders, contracts, general condition, but we know that there is a principle in customs law, the European Court of Justice said that many times. When we evaluate the goods for customs purposes, the value of the transaction has to be evaluated at the exact moment, at the exact point where the customs declaration is filed. Whatever happens after that, suppose that after the filing of the customs declaration, after the clearance, there is an amendment to the original agreement, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Basically, it doesn't matter. So when we consider contractual document, general terms agreement, an exchange of emails, is that acceptable for customs authorities? Yes, that may be. Suppose that customs authorities do not accept an exchange of email because they don't have any evidence of its, validity or its consistency. This is maybe a problem. Because after that, I have to move from the from the administrative phase of assessment to the court assessment. And then I will be subject to the national law applicable in terms of burden of proof, validity of documents. So we have a number of documents, but one of the main issues in terms of the written documents, it's at the beginning. Is there or not a transaction? Because we know that if there is a transaction, we have a certain path. If there is no transaction, we have another path. We have the general principle, value of the transaction, if some requirements are met, or we have the secondary or alternative methods. How do we know that there is a transaction? This may be something that has to be assessed. Customs authority may reject my assumption that there is a transaction, so they have to prove that. I have a number of documents that are relevant if a transaction occurred, and I have another number of documents that may be relevant if no transaction occurred. For instance, if the transaction occurred, we know that transaction is not simply a sale. A transaction is more than that. Again, you remember the approach of the European Commission is a substantial approach. But basically, a transaction occurred, agreements related to the transaction, order, terms and conditions. If no transaction occurred, of course, we have to move to the secondary method. Then we may consider other agreements, but not the agreements related to the import transaction, resale agreements, purchase of materials, expenses, what we call industrial accounting, documents proving how I generated that cost, how I generated that profit that may bring to a conclusion of applying the compound method, for instance. But again, I have to move from a general standpoint, and all these documents must be coherent. And then I have general documents, technical descriptions. It's important to understand the nature of the goods. Classification may bring a different tax treatment. And of course, it has an impact. Transportation documents, quality certificate. So again, the documents have not only the purpose of giving evidence of the value as such, but also giving evidence of the scenario where we move, if there are transaction or there is no transaction. Again, other question, is there any mandatory document? Because the Commission said customs authority must be prepared to accept any kind of document. Of course, they had to evaluate this document. Well, we have a mandatory document, which is the invoice. Article 145 of the Commission implementing regulation say the invoice which relates to the declared transaction value is required as a supporting document. Whatever invoice, wherever it comes, an invoice. Of course, the requirements for an invoice are not for sure the requirements we have in the VAT directive. We know that the VAT directive has mandatory requirements and optional requirements. It doesn't matter in that case because we have to accept a consider invoice coming from all over the world. But invoice is a mandatory document. Okay, moving from that, invoice are needed, if any, because if there is no transaction, we may have something that is not an invoice in terms of commercial invoice. Again, we have to evaluate. Is there any ranking? I mean, I mentioned a number of documents, but if you take the guidelines of the Commission, there is a long list of documents: license agreement, resale agreement, and so on and so on. But is there a hierarchy? Is there a hierarchy? Is there a ranking among all these documents? No. Again, we don't have a ranking. There is no prevailing document. It's it's general evaluation. The main principle is consistency. If there is some inconsistency among documents, that may be a problem. But in terms of validity, in terms of completeness of the document, it's up to the customs authority. A reasonable approach and the possibility, and this is another point, again emerging from Article 15 of the code, then the data we find on the documents can be verified. This is another issue. So no ranking. We can say that that kind of document prevails. Does the agreement prevail over the invoice or vice versa? We can't say that. We know that invoice is mandatory, but we don't have any ranking. We have some principles, of course, in Article 15. I think that the guidelines basically are three, which are huge and complicated and potentially may, of course, raise issues, points, discussions. The first is the integrity. This is something that the customs authority has to evaluate. The declarant, that's after request from the customs authority, file part of an agreement, avoiding filing, for instance, some enclosures, some nexes that are important. This is not acceptable. The documents must be complete. If not, consistency is not present, and the customs authority can, of course, make their evaluations and disregard the value declared. Authenticity. It doesn't mean to go ahead evaluating some complicated issue based on applicable law, formally substantial. No, it's the origin of the document. Can you prove that who signed the document is the legal representative of the declarant or is the legal representative of the exporter? Yes. No. Perhaps. Give me the evidence. And third point, the document must be clear in the content. We go to before the tax authority discussing about very complicated issue related to value, and we file, exchange of emails where it's not clear what the parties are discussing about. No, this is a contract. No, it is not the contract. Give me evidence that you agreed on this price, and we go ahead discussing. And if we do not convince the customs authority, we will have to convince the tax court with different rules. So this is again an issue. So moving to my conclusions, I would say that we don't have a definition of documents. Customs evaluation is extremely complicated. And based on main principles, we don't have specific rules. I mean, in terms of nature of the documents, we have a huge number of rules in terms of evaluation in the code, in the implementing regulation, but not about documents. So it's up to the customs authority, based on these principles, Article 15, to give a reasonable approach, to have a reasonable approach, and vice versa. The declarant must have a reasonable approach, finding all the documents that consistently give evidence of the value declared. I would stop here and thank you.
Thank you, Fabrizio. Very, very interesting, and very interesting from the Italian point of view. But I think this may be enlarged to all countries where the passage from administrative proceeding and so the customs control from here to the tax, from the litigation of tax courts in front of tax courts, because when we go in a court, in tax court, we do have some very strict rules about evidences. They should be in certain format, at least according to European continental tradition, we may say so. And that's maybe a problem, because article, as you highlighted, Article 15 just stated reasonability, clarity, consistency, authenticity, and that may be a problem, because in tax courts, Italian judge, but I think all European continental judges tends to follow the procedural rules, and evidences in procedural rules should be formally acquired, formally presented, and so on. And that may be a problem. That be a very big issue. So I don't know if are there any other remarks or questions about this? Okay, thank you, Fabrizio. Thank you very much also for keeping keep your presentation in 10 minutes. So now it's the time of our friends from Spain. And so first, Jorge Ibanez Garcia. Jorge, okay. Let me switch to your slide. Let me switch to your slide. Is it the reason? Is it this? No. Is it this? No. Origin. Is it this? Okay. Wait a second. I start sharing your presentation. And yes. No, I cannot. No, they cannot see your presentation. Okay, so Jorge, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gian Giacomo. Well, this is it's a pleasure to be here today. I'm quite happy, but at the same time, quite sad because we're finishing our project and by now to be continued. It's been a pleasure to be part of this very nice team with these 4 universities all involved in this nice project. So today, my colleague Santiago and me will talk about the origin of goods after the Harley-Davidson case. What I will explain is the background of the case and at the very beginning, especially the General Court decision, and Santiago will continue. So first of all, we will have to focus in, I would say, 4 main events. First one is 2018 when the US administration decides to impose additional tariffs on steel and aluminum. In order to, let's say, reduce the consequences of this or still fight against this extra tariff, the European Union decides to impose additional tariffs on certain United States origin goods. One of these goods are the Harley-Davidson motorcycles. So the decision of the European Union is increasing 25% at the very beginning during 2018, and in the several years that will go up to another 50%. So that will increase the tariffs. First case is going to be 31% and then 56%. So probably Harley-Davidson is going to be selling in Europe 1 or half motorcycle, no? In this, if we're talking about the regular prices of the motorcycles. So Harley-Davidson, they probably brainstorming and decide, okay, what if, as we have some facilities in Thailand, we could move part of our production, the one that is going to be sold in the European Union there, and if in the event that we can prove that the origin of this production is Thailand, then we will escape from these big tariffs. Okay, so apart from making this decision, let's say in the board of directors, they also make it, let's say, bigger and fill in a form, which is the AK form, informing the shareholders and any investors about this decision. So Commission can easily check that in order to solve this problem, they have a decision of shifting the production of these motorcycles to Thailand. So as they expect, obviously, to receive this BOI, the binding information, binding origin information, probably, well, I'm not sure, but probably they check different countries within the European Union, and the Belgium custom authorities give the okay to them, and they issue this BOI. Okay. So the Commission probably is not, let's say, not very happy with the decision, and challenges the decision by asking the European Union to revoke this binding origin information. Why? Because they consider that it is not economically justified according to the Article 33 of the delegated regulation. So, which is the main question, the legal question in this matter for the General Court, which is going to be asked to give a decision. So the thing is, are the Harley-Davidson motorcycle trying to circumvent these EU tariffs, or by shifting the production of these motorcycles to Thailand, or there's an economic purpose on this? So there's an economic, in this case that we're seeing. So according to Article 33, which is the one that is talking about the Commission, it says that everything is fine if there's if this economically justified. Okay, and it also says that if it is established on the basis of the available facts for the purpose of the operation to avoid application. So it is going to be economically justified if it is not, if the decision is not made to avoid the application. Okay, we're watching now this article in the English version, and this is going to be quite important. Most of the versions, or I would say all the versions, and I've been checking around this class because we got some different nationalities, in this specific article it says avoid, apart from one, which is the German one, which is the one that the Advocate General is going to be checking. That's going to be important for the future. So what is the General Court decision? Well, they upheld the Commission decision, and they don't see that the principal dominant purpose is an economic purpose, and they just consider that the Harley-Davidson motorcycles are trying to avoid this increasement of tariffs. Okay, and check that it is saying avoid. So obviously, the Harley-Davidson, they're gonna appeal before the Court of Justice of the European Union, and before that, we got the opinion of the Advocate General. So Advocate General, in her opinion, is gonna focus on 4 main topics. First one is gonna be the check if the tariff avoidance is got a legitimate objective. So in her case, she says that relocating the production is just an economic decision. So in her opinion, nothing to say about that. Second one, she says that Article 33, instead of talking about manipulation and avoiding, should only talk about manipulating, then also continue with avoiding. And in our opinion, the most important one is that she says that there's a big difference between avoidance and circumvention. So you go to a dictionary, avoidance, it could be staying away from something, and circumvention, it could be going around something. Okay? So in her opinion, that's the most important fact. For her, it's got an economic purpose, it's got an economic reason if you avoid, but not if you make a fraudulent circumvention. Okay. So, and finally, she says that, well, what the goal of the European Union was to, let's say, to reduce the amount of exportations from the US to the European Union. And in this case, they succeed in the goal because instead of producing those motorcycles in the US, they ship them to Thailand. They get a Thailand origin, and they are going to be produced there and brought into the European Union by from Thailand instead of the US. Okay. So now my colleague Santiago will continue.
Thank you, Jorge. This is Santiago, Santiago Ibañez, from the University of Valencia, and I would like to thank particularly all the members of the Ecce team. This is our last gathering, maybe, or maybe not. And I especially would like to thank the colleagues of the University of Bologna who took the initiative to launch this program. And also, of course, Olaf and the European Commission for providing the financing. Okay, I'm going to continue where Jorge left. The case was appealed. Advocate General Cocotte made a conclusion advising the court to decide against the legality of the Commission decision of revoking the binding origin information. And the Court of Justice of the EU decided against the Advocate General, which is not so common. Typically, the Court of Justice decides as advised by the Advocate General. And the court decided in favor of the General Court. The Court of Justice decided confirming the judgment of the General Court and decided that if the primary or dominant purpose of a relocation is to avoid commercial policy measures, then the relocation cannot confer origin. Why? Because even if substantial processing takes place, there is an additional requirement that the processing is economically justified. And they find that it is not economically justified because in Article 33 of the delegated regulation, there is an exception. It is not regarded as economically justified if the grounds for shifting the location of production is to avoid, not to circumvent or elude, to avoid, simply avoid, objective, additional tariffs. So as a result of this case, we have the so-called dominant purpose test. If the purpose of shifting production is to avoid, to reduce customs tariffs, that relocation will not achieve to confer origin. Okay, here we have a problem with the term purpose, because purpose makes reference to an aim, something which is subjective. But the court, both the General Court and the Court of Justice, made clear it is not subjective. It is based on objective evidence. And in light of that view that I share, the language I think is wrong. It should not use the word purpose. It should use the word effect. Effects are objective. Purposes are subjective. So I think this case merits to reflect on the wording of Article 33 instead of the Delegated Act. Instead of purpose, it should say effects, where the dominant or the most important effect of the relocation is that you pay lower custom duties, you avoid a commercial policy measure. So in this case, there was no discussion that Harley-Davidson manage substantive processing in Thailand. That question was not discussed. Substantive processing took place in Thailand to confer origin. But even if that requirement was met, that processing was not economically justified because the main effect of shifting to Thailand was to avoid the additional tariffs. So the companies must take this into account. The fact that you actually process is not enough. You need to show an effect beyond avoiding tariffs that provides grounds to shifting your production somewhere else. And I want also to make a note on Advocate General Cocotte something that Jorge just said. Advocate General Cocotte argued that the purpose of the commercial policy measure was already achieved because the motorbikes would be processed in Thailand, and therefore we are already hurting the US because the processing will not take place in the US, so less jobs and less economic activity for the US, which is the goal of the retaliatory tariffs. I disagree with Cocotte on this point because the plant in Thailand was aimed to serve Asian customers. They had the plant in Thailand to serve Asian customers. Okay, if the Europeans, nasty Europeans, have tariffs on US production, we serve the European market from the US, from Thailand. And what we do is we serve the Asian market from the US. With that, we have additional logistics cost. It doesn't make sense from a logistic point of view. You have a plant in Thailand and ship to the EU instead of shipping to Asian customers. It doesn't make sense from a logistic point of view, but the cost is minimal compared with paying the additional duties. So we would not be achieving to hurt the US, to retaliate against the US, because the US factories would be manufacturing just as many motorcycles, only that now not destined for the European market, now destined for the Asian market. But the production of Harley-Davidson would not be hurt, only the logistics. So I think the approach of the court was correct. We need this to actually retaliate against the US policy measures. So this is a challenge for businesses. You not only need to show substantial processing, you need to show valid economic reasons beyond saving tariffs in order to justify shifting the location of your production. And the burden of proof shifts to the trader when there is a coincidence in time, there is a policy measure, and you change the location of processing. If that fact is established, then the burden of proof shifts to the producer. Why did you change the location of production other than to save tariffs? And also the question, you have binding origin information and you think you are safe, you have legal certainty. Sorry, not, because binding origin information can be revoked. So you are not guaranteed 3 years of legal certainty, because before the 3-year time limit, there could be a decision of the commission that the binding information is revoked. Think, for example, Harley-Davidson underwent a lot of investment to adequate the Thailand plant, and that investment was lost because they could no longer ship to the EU, saving tariffs. So really, Harley-Davidson was hurt with this legal uncertainty. They made investments that otherwise they wouldn't have made. Also expect more scrutiny, more investigations by the European Commission and by national authorities. If there is a commercial policy measure, why did you shift production? So be prepared to document that there were other grounds to change the location of manufacturing. And finally, I want to refer to 2 cases that I think are relevant as context for Harley-Davidson. And both of them show that there is a tightening of the approach by European authorities. The first case is, sorry about the name, Baguginuki, something like that. It's a case where the European authorities disregard a certificate of origin on the grounds that the certificate of origin was issued in a manifest error of law. The authorities in origin made a manifest error in law, and the European authorities did not consult or ask the origin authorities to check. They decided by themselves this certificate of origin will not have legal effect. We deny legal effect to this certificate of origin because we find that the origin authorities made a manifest error of law. This is important because if you check free trade agreements by the EU, opposite to the US. In the EU, free trade agreements provide it is the authorities of origin who determine origin. Okay, that's not true. The origin authorities determine origin, but the European authorities may decide against that certificate, arguing the origin authorities made a manifest error in law. So you are a trader, you are not allowed to safely sleep at night, even if you have a certificate of origin. In this case, even repayment and remission was denied because the court decided the trader should have known better that the certificate was wrong. So the trader is required to know better than the origin authorities. Amazing. Huh? So you are not granted the right to sleep well at night, even with a certificate of origin in your pocket. And the other, I think, is even more interesting because this is not an origin case. This is a case regarding countervailing duties. It was decided 1 week later than the Harley-Davidson case. In this case, it was the Chinese authorities granting subsidies to a Chinese company, but the Chinese company is not in China. The Chinese company is in Egypt. In the framework of the Belt and Road Initiative, the Chinese authorities agree with the Egyptian authorities. We will be able to locate factories in this territory in Egypt, and the Chinese government will provide subsidies. The Egyptian authorities will reduce taxes and will provide other advantages to these Chinese companies. So you will have economic activity in Egypt. Okay, there was no discussion about origin, not even about the economic justification. The goods are Egyptian. But the European Commission and the court confirmed, even if the goods originate in Egypt, we can impose countervailing duties because there was a subsidy. The funds, the financing of the subsidy was Chinese. So the funds are not provided by the exporting country financially. But the court still found the funds were only provided in the framework of an agreement between China and Egypt. And Egypt enabled the funding, the subsidy. So the Egyptian authorities take part in the granting of the subsidy by means of establishing a legal framework that allows this arrangement. And this is enough, this is sufficient to find that the subsidy was granted by the Egyptian authorities because they took part in establishing the legal framework that enabled these subsidies. So again, the thing is, you change the location of production. Instead of producing in China, you produce in Egypt, but you don't avoid countervailing duties. So I think it's part of a trend of tightening the protection of the European market against strategies to avoid tariff protection. Tariff protection where there is a commercial policy measure. In this case, countervailing duties. So the fact that you change the location of production, be careful, even if origin is not discussed, like in the Henshi Egypt case, maybe you are not protected. And with this, I would like to finish with a common friend of us saying, thanks for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Santiago. As usual, very insightful presentation from you and Jorge. And for sure, it is clear this stance of the European Court of Justice. It is quite clear. From strictly legal point of view, some doubts may be raised in terms of legal certainty and avoidance. avoidance of origin rules and so on. On the other part, according to me, but also according to you, it is quite clear European Court of Justice is providing the entire European Union for some weapons in this trade wars. So we are going to combat in new scenarios at the new world. And but before to go on trade wars, I would say to have a break, to be better prepared, and so a 10 quarter minutes break, a coffee break, and we start again at a quarter to 12 with Martin Skippers introducing us to the trade wars. Okay, thank you. And so we are going to begin again at a quarter to 12.
أنا بعرف توزعني. Eu última tinhas wel, je benieuwd om toch? Dat meestal pas echt deftig kunnen beginnen. We kunnen nu een paar stemt van, dus anders krijg ik en ook afgeleid dan. Ja, nu heb ik het wel gedempt. Maar niet dien van die.
Okay, guys, let's start again. Martin, where are? Okay, yeah, I found your slides. Okay, so let's start. Okay, let's start again. Let's start again with the. Okay, guys, Santiago, here we are. Everyone is ready. So welcome back. And as promised, we start and go to wars, to trade wars with our esteemed colleague Martin Schippers from University of Rotterdam, Erasmus University of Rotterdam. And just give me a second to share your slides. And that's all. You have the remote. So, Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you to the University of Bologna for leading us through this project over the last 4 years, I guess it is. And thank you for hosting us again. And a special thank you, of course, to you, Gian Giacomo, Federico, Vincenzo, for having us here in Bologna, this beautiful lecture hall. I'm going to talk indeed about the trade relation between the EU and the US. There have been some developments over the last few weeks, so I want to touch base on them. A few things that I want to address, just like a trip down memory lane, a few updates from the past few years, and then we go to the Liberation Day, obviously, some words about the Trade Framework Agreement, the proposals to remove tariffs, which were published 2 weeks ago, and the federal court case, which was also published 2 weeks ago. Maybe a few words in advance. So after the Second World War, I think you saw that there was a strong belief in international organizations such as the World Trade Organization, and a lot of countries become a member of it and lowered the tariff barriers, actually, which led to an era of trade liberalization. The import duties went down, tariff barriers were removed, and a strong belief was there in the international organizations such as the WTO, such as the WCO. But that has changed. We are in a different era, and we can have a discussion, academic discussion, where we are still in an era of globalization or deglobalization, but effectively it's a new era of globalization, at least. And we can, of course, say, well, we have to blame the Trump administration, but there were other signs as well, just like Brexit. We had the financial crisis. We had like a boat stuck in the Suez Canal where countries realized maybe we have to be not that much dependent on the Far East, but maybe we had to relocate production sites also to our own regions again. So a lot has changed already over the last few years. And yeah, what Trump is now doing is only adding to that, but it's not the only thing that is happening actually. If we move to really the EU-US trade relationship and you zoom in what the intention actually is of Trump, then we see actually already from his campaign in 2016 that his focus is on the trade deficit between the US and other countries worldwide. So you see that already during his campaign, he wants to bring manufacturing back to the US by imposing new tariffs, by hiring the tariff barriers that they have. And that we saw also happening during his first term as a president of the United States. He imposed additional tariffs, mainly on steel and aluminium, also increased border trade restrictions on China, renegotiated NAFTA into the USMCA, which was the best deal ever. And well, he's now complaining about it again. So, and effectively withdrawing also from the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Then during his campaign again in 2020, again you see those signs that he is really trying to fight that trade deficit between the US and other countries. You see that he continues like all kind of talks about protectionist trade rhetoric, argue that this trade policy helped domestic manufacturing, and he's also angry about the WTO. It's not his favorite organization, but he lost. At least we think he lost, he thinks otherwise. But he came back in 2024. And again, in the campaign, you see that he promised 10% as a baseline tariff, promised 60% on imports on China. And also he discussed maybe that he wanted to get rid of the WTO or step down as a member. But then he became like the president, and when he became a president, then he started to impose additional tariffs on Mexico and Canada. But for the EU, the first thing that really happened was the additional import duties on steel and aluminium of 25%, which were later on increased to 50%. And then we had to wait for a relatively long period. We, as EU, thought, okay, they will also impose additional tariffs right away on the EU, but we had to wait for what he is calling Liberation Day, when he had like a speech in that Rose Garden, and he was like showing all kind of maps with tariffs on it, and that book. And that book of 400 pages included like all kind of trade barriers that other countries have at their trade border that prevents US goods from entering that market. And based on those barriers, they came up with all kind of additional tariffs ad valorem, country-specific ad valorem duties. But effectively, it's not about a book. It's just, again, looking at the trade deficit between the US and the EU, which was 0.39. And then he was very kind, he said. He divided it in two, and then you come up with 20%. That was actually the number that he wanted to add on like EU goods. So what did he announce on the Liberation Day, focusing on the EU-US trade relationship? So a baseline tariff of 10% as of the 5th of April, and then a country-specific rate of 20% on EU originating goods. But the baseline tariff we had for a few months, but that specific country-specific import duty rate was later on already suspended before it came into effect. But the EU was quick to also respond, you could say, because they took more or less a three-step approach. First, they said, well, we are going to reinstate actually the retaliation measures that we took during the first presidency of the Trump administration, because we never revoked those countermeasures. Actually, they were passed and they were suspended. So it was very easy for us to reinstate them. So that was the first step, actually, that they threatened to reinstate those countermeasures. And at the same time, they came up with like a list of 100 pages with all kind of products that they want to have duties on in addition. And they said, well, we are going to do further investigations. And a few months back, they also said, well, we are thinking about export restrictions, maybe even kind of digital service taxes on technology companies and the like. So they came up with all kind of other ideas. But actually, these countermeasures never took effect because, again, the 90 days pause was announced by the Trump administration close before that additional country-specific ad valorem rights were coming into effect. Yeah, you have that 90 days. And after those 90 days, actually, he was sending all kind of letters, as you remember, to all kind of countries saying, well, I'm going to additionally, on top of those country-specific ad valorem rights that I announced already during Liberation Day, I'm going to increase them even further. And the letter that we received in the EU was talking about 30% even. And that led actually to Trump flying over to Scotland to his golf resort, and then von der Leyen joined him there to discuss, okay, can we come to a trade deal? And eventually they came to a trade deal, the EU-US framework agreement. And funny enough, they came with their own statements, which caused quite some confusion because the two were not aligned. And we had to wait another 4 or 5 weeks before there was a joint statement. And I took out a few of the things that they agreed upon in that framework agreement. It's not a very lengthy one, it's 3 pages, but these are, I think, related to trade, one of the most important ones. So the EU promised to eliminate tariffs on all US industrial goods and have preferential rates on seafood and agricultural goods coming from the US. Secondly, the US, they would impose, let's say, a rate of 15%, or if the MFN rate is higher than 15%, then the higher MFN rate would apply, which is actually a little bit of a better agreement than the UK. But UK has like a baseline tariff of 10%, but you need to add the MFN tariffs to it. So sometimes the UK has like a worse deal than the EU in that perspective. From the 1st of September, an MFN rate on EU original of unavailable natural resources, aircraft parts, generic pharmaceutical, and other kind of products. Another very interesting one actually is the one on the left, because Trump is still doing investigations on the Section 232 about raising import duties on pharmaceutical products, for example. He threatened to have 200% on them. But then if I read the framework agreement correctly, even if it leads to 200%, for example, it will never exceed 15%. So I think that is a good outcome of it all, because otherwise you have 200% maybe. And it's the same for semiconductor and lumber. And then a very interesting one, the US said also, okay, currently there's 27.5% on cars, but we will lower it to 15%. And we will do so once you remove, as EU, import duties on industrial products and the like. And we will do so with retroactive effect to the 1st of the month in which you publish the proposals to remove it. Now, we will come to those proposals in a minute. And then finally, there was also a nice or interesting phrase, I would say, on CBAM and all kind of other sustainability initiatives, that they said, well, it should be simplified even further. And then I thought, yeah, but we have those omnibus proposals pending, which were actually adopted on Wednesday by the Parliament. So we wait for the blessing of the Council still, but that we can expect, I think, any day. Will we say as EU, well, we have the omnibus package, it's now adopted. So yeah, we actually did what you asked us. Or will the US say, yeah, but those were already pending, we want more. Interesting discussion point, I would say. What were the reactions? Also, because this framework was being discussed last Wednesday also in the European Parliament. So I took out a few of the things that I've heard back in those discussions. A lot of complaints about not so much the tariffs, but also about the things that were in there that said, well, as an EU, we need to make investments over the last or in the coming 3 years, like $750 billion on US gas, oil, and nuclear power. So a lot of political parties were like angry because, yeah, why not invest it in like green power in, let's say, the EU instead of the US? Also, a lot of doubts about the stability, because is this the final deal? Because we signed between brackets, signed the deal, and the next thing what Trump did was increasing the tariffs on other steel and aluminium products. And he's also threatening the EU for imposing additional duties because we raised the penalty on Google. So yeah, how stable is the deal? Some political parties also said we need to enact the anti-coercion instrument because he's threatening us again. And some said, well, we do not need to be such reliant on the US anymore. We need to speed up the free trade agreements that we are negotiating with other parts of the world, such as India. And it takes us already a few decades. We need to speed those things up. So few of the reactions. Then to the proposals, because 2 weeks ago on a Thursday, the proposals were actually published by the EU, and there were actually two. One was only about lobsters, so I call it the lobster regulation, and the other one was to remove tariffs on industrial products, seafood, and agricultural foods. Actually, yeah, that we promised already in the framework agreement, but you see it now back. Few characteristics. Now, the characteristics on that lobster. So it will have retroactive effect from the 1st of August. So it first needs to go to the general legislative process, but once it is adopted, importers can reimburse the import duties that they paid on lobsters, irrespective of where it is coming from. It is not only for lobsters from the US, but irrespective of their origin. And the other regulation, which does not have retroactive effect, that is going to the general legislative process. And then you need to look at whether the goods originate from the US based on the non-preferential origin rules until such time that the US and the EU agree on preferential origin rules. So a little bit weird. We install, let's say, preferential rates, but we use non-preferential origin rules for that. No. There are 3 annexes. Annex 1, the products that are listed there the import duties will be removed. Annex 2, there you have products that attract both an ad valorem right and a specific right, but only the ad valorem rights will be reduced to 0. And then we have Annex 3, the import duties for those products will be removed as well, but up until a certain threshold. Now, that is now in this proposal. And what is interesting, as a result of these proposals, the US needs to lower the import duties on cars from 27.5% to 15% in the month that we came up with these proposals, which was August. So with retroactive effect, they need to actually give money back to the 1st of August. So far, I haven't seen any executive order saying, yes, we will do so. And what about the Parliament and the Council? I would say, no, we take it slow before we are going to adopt this. But yeah, let's see what the reaction of the US will be. Last update. So this was 2 weeks ago on a Thursday, and this court case was actually issued a day later. So there were some court cases pending in the US, first at the first court, so the Court of International Trade, and now the Federal Circuit Court was like issuing its ruling and about actually whether Trump violated his authority by imposing these tariffs that he announced during Liberation Day. And actually the court held, he violated his authority. So it's now pending with the Supreme Court. But until such time that the Supreme Court will rule on this case, the tariffs will remain. But if the Supreme Court is in agreement with the two lower courts, then actually importers into the US can reclaim the importers duties that they paid over the last few months. So that would be hurting, of course, the position of the Trump administration quite much. So let's see what comes out of that. And with that, I think I'm coming to the end of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. As usual, very interesting, very insightful. And I appreciated very much your last remarks on the legal scenario about the legal threat on all the overall policy of the new presidency of the US. I would like to remind that according to US law, all these executive orders regarding tariffs should be backed by a real threat to the US. That's the real point. That's the real point that the Supreme Court is going to address in next months. So very good. Is there any other remarks by the attendees? No. So I would thank you again, Martin, and I would call upon Vincenzo Carbone. Yes, Vincenzo is coming here. Vincenzo is going to address a newly topic, but not new, a very common debate on price adjustment and customs valuation went on the way in last years. And so I think Vincenzo is going to give us some more recent updates about the interplays between price adjustments and customs valuation. I mean, price adjustments are referred to the transfer pricing and so for other form of taxation. So give me just 1 sec to try. Is there here? Carbone. Okay. So okay, Vincenzo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor. It's an honor, a pleasure to be here today with some distinguished colleague in this unique seminar room, I guess, or picturesque. So it's a very pleasure for me. So I will share just some reflection on price adjustment and custom valuation, as the professor already said. And my focus will be on the recent judgment of the court in Toritos case delivered in May 2025. My presentation will follow just 3 simple steps. First, why price adjustment matter in custom valuation. The second, what the court decided in the Toritos case, as we already said. And third, the practical implication of this judgment for business and for tax authority. Let me start with the context. Custom valuation, as we already know, is the cornerstone of the EU custom system. So the main method is the transaction value method under Article 70 of the Union Custom Code. And this means that the custom value should correspond to the price actually paid or payable for the good. However, international trade, as we already know, is very complex. Prices are not always fixed once and for all. In many cases, the importer declares a provisional prices at the border and later the price is adjusted. This adjustment may depend on market quotation, exchange rate, volume of purchase, quality requirement. And they can also rise from transfer pricing policies inside multinational group. These, as we can understand, create tension because on one hand, legal certainty and the need for transparency in custom declaration, but on the other hand, the commercial reality that prices evolve over the time. This tension lead to the central legal question. Can provisional prices be accepted under the transaction value method, which is, as we know, the primary rule? Or does the use of provisional prices automatically exclude Article 70 and force custom authorities to apply to the secondary method of the Article 74? Well, Toritos' case gave us a clear answer. Toritos, a Lithuanian company, imported diesel and jet fuel between 2015 and 2017, and the contract with the supplier indicated provisional purchase prices in the pro forma invoices, which had to be adjusted, as we can understand later, on the basis of two objective elements: the average market price of the fuel over the given period and the average exchange rate during the same period, of course. So in practice, the final price could be higher or lower than the provisional one, but it was always based on clear contractual formulas beyond the control of the party. So when Toritos declared the good at custom, it used to provisional prices at the custom value, and later, upon receiving the final invoices, it sometimes required amendment to the declaration. But in several cases, it did not. So in some instances, it failed to update declaration, resulting in an unpayment VAT. So during a post-release control, as we can understand, custom authority discovered this discrepancy and recalculated the custom value on the basis of final invoices. So they demanded additional VAT plus interest, which led to a legal dispute. So Lithuanian Supreme Administrative Court referred the case to the Court of Justice, and the question, as we already said, were very simple but crucial. Does Article 70 apply at the moment of importation only in provisional prices known, or must custom authority use Article 74, the fallback method, just to be clear? And if Article 74 applies, does the declarant have to request amendment once the final price is known? Well, court gave us a very clear answer. Article 70, which established the transaction value method, remain the primary rule. So the second method are subsidiary in nature and may be only applied in the transaction value cannot be determined. So the fact that the final price is unknown at the time of importation does not in itself preclude the use of the transaction value method. In Toritos, the final price was not arbitrary. It was determinable from contract based on objective and predetermined factor, as we already said, international market quotation and exchange rate. Therefore, the transaction value method applied even if the final amount was not fixed on the day of importation. So the court explained that EU custom valuation law must reflect the real economic value of the good, and a provisional price later adjusted by objective formulas does reflect that reality. What EU law exclude are fixtures or discretionary prices. So the problem is not the provisional pricing. The problem is whether the price is determinable and verifiable at the time of importation. So the court also pointed the correct procedure. Importer can declare the provisional price through a simplified declaration under Article 166, and subsequently they must submit a supplementary declaration under Article 167, including the final price. In this way, importers are required to notify the custom authority of any post-importation change, let me say. So together, these two declarations form a single instrument, effective from the date of simplified declaration. They operate as a bridge, we can say, between provisional pricing and legal certainty. It's equally important also to note what the judgment does not cover. Authorities concern provisional prices linked to objective contract criteria, as we already said, but it doesn't apply to adjustment based on intra-group transfer pricing, as in Hamamatsu case. So the court underlined that the custom value must reflect objective economic reality, not discretionary allocation of profit within a group decided ex post. This is the crucial distinction. Objective adjustments are acceptable, whereas discretionary adjustments are not. So what's the implication for business? For business, the message, I suppose, is clear. Contract must contain breaches and objective adjustment closure. Documentation must be collected and kept from the outset, and simplified and supplementary declaration must be used properly and within the prescribable deadline. For custom authority, the message is equally clear. They should accept provisional pricing when it is transparent and verifiable. Their focus should be on whether the final price is determinable at the time of importation, not where it was already fixed. And they should promote, encourage the consistent use of simplified procedure to avoid dispute. So in conclusion, to conclude, what can we say? The authority's judgment represent, in my opinion at least, an important step in European custom law, because it reaffirms the primacy of the transaction value method, and it demonstrates that flexibility and transparency can coexist. From this balance flow to complementary implication for business, as we said, the need to predictable and proper documentation. For administration, the duty of a cooperation and transparency. Together, these elements are the key to comply and to a fair custom system. Thank you.
Sorry to disturb. We can't see the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincenzo, and thank you for this very interesting presentation. Of course, as you mentioned, Tauridus is a sort of distinguishing from Hamamatsu, and I would say we discussed, as we may be aware, we discussed a lot of the interplay between transfer price and customs valuation. I look at Martin, Santiago, and lots of discussion, with Benedict as well. And we all agreed about the not plainly clear message from Hamamatsu. So perhaps this new judgment, Tauridus, is a distinguishing, but it is the first step toward rethinking and in future an overruling of the Hamamatsu doctrine by the European Court of Justice. Perhaps some guidance from the European Commission will be very much welcomed, of course, on these points, as we suggested in our papers published in first edition of the books as a result of our research. Thank you so much, Vincenzo. And now I call upon Federico Tarini, who is going to present some reflections on the interplays between import VAT and customs valuation? No. Is it? No. Yeah. Okay. Or open. Okay.
Okay.
Action. Presentation. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Very well.
Here we are.
Very well.
Technology
Federico.
is not my forte, as you can
Okay.
see.
Okay. Let's start. Okay, Federico, the floor is yours.
Excuse
Thank you
me,
very much.
it's not in
Where is the-
presentation mode.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. As the previous speaker, I would like to thank you for taking part in this, unfortunately, last, I hope it's not the last, but for now, last seminar of the project. It was a very, 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 at least for me, interesting experience. I will only take, I hope, less than 10 minutes to talk about the interplay, to use a word which we love, if you remember, our seminar in Valencia about the Hamamatsu case, between VAT and customs value. The key point, I will focus on this later better, is that there is a tendency, there is a spirit of, especially in Italian law, to consider customs value and customs duty, customs law in general, and VAT, this almost import VAT, almost the same thing. And this is a little bit concerning, but I will focus on this later. Let's start with some general consideration. As everybody else already said, customs value must find its way through Article 70, especially the key point on the customs value is the transactional value. For VAT, on the other hand, Article 85 of the VAT Directive says that the taxable amount for import VAT, obviously import VAT, is customs value plus duties and certain costs. Two considerations on this, the relationship between Article 70 of the UCC and 85 of the VAT Directive. First, as the Court of Justice said already in a case, I'm sorry, I forgot. In case 116, okay, 116. What? Wait. Okay. But I'm here. Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay. As I was saying, case Cristo Dolou, sorry if I mispronounced, the taxable amount must always be calculated based on the customs value. There is no exception acceptable on by the member states. Second consideration is that every variation on customs value is inevitably a variation on VAT, import VAT. For example, we talk about Hamamatsu, we talk about the previous case, which was the subject of the Vincenzo's presentation. Everything that changes what is the customs value changes as also the import VAT. So, what does it mean? And why it's important? It's important because this relationship between the two is almost, especially in Italy, it's seen like a tendency to have a convergence between the two, a convergence which is also at the center of some recent
in the intervention at European level. First of all, the EU customs code reform, and also the VIDA pack on the e-commerce for VAT. But I would like to focus on the Italian perspective. As we all know, at least the Italian speakers know, legislative decree number 141 totally changes the approach to import VAT from the Italian perspective, because now import VAT is a diritto di confine, almost a border duty. Okay. Two consequences of this new classification. For example, there are a lot more consequences, but those two are the key point I want you to remember. First point, there is a liability issues, because previously when import VAT was import VAT and not some border duties, the responsibility, the liability for customs agents and other representative was limited only to customs duty. Now the liability covers both customs duty and import VAT. Second consequence is also relevant for the habitual importer. The habitual importer has generally a duty to provide a guarantee. The guarantee previously was to cover only the customs debt. Now, with the new classification of VAT, it's also to cover the import VAT. Larger guarantee, larger risk to lose the guarantee, because VAT, import VAT, is more susceptible to controls, at least in Italy. However, this new classification is already being discussed. I think the 3rd of July, the Constitutional Court, with case number 93/2025, states, among other things, that VAT, import VAT, cannot be classified as a border duty. Because there are two types of tax with two radically different objectives. Customs duty, as we all know, I will not go in detail in this regard, focused on border protection and the regulation between the internal market and external market. VAT, on the other hand, is focused only on the internal market and a key principle, which is the principle of neutrality. So a total convergence between the two is obviously not possible. I'm not capable of using this thing. Sorry. Ok. No, preferisco tenere così. Vabbè. Ok. Sorry. VAT is focused on the principle of neutrality. So, to conclude and leave more time to Diego Andrea, which will say obviously things more interesting than I did. We need to have a degree of convergence between the two, because on the plane of controls, because both VAT and customs duty are crucial to regulate the import-export operation. As Martin spoke about the trade wars, and in the picture that Trump showed about the different rates, the rate was calculated with customs duty plus import VAT. So there is a strict link that we cannot break. However, we cannot treat the import VAT and customs duty as the same. You cannot consider import VAT as a customs duty. There must be a degree of differences. And in this regard, the proposal of a EU customs code seems to be not very much in line with this conclusion, because there are some degree of convergence that must be, I think, rethink. Sorry for the repetition. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Federico. Of course, very insightful. Federico, would you please come here again? Because we have to start the connection with Andrea and Diego. They are going to present by remote. Andrea Cerasa. And quick just a few minutes to they are already on. Andrea, are you on?
Yes, can
Yes,
you hear
I
me?
see you. Andrea, could you please
Can you hear me?
forward? Wait. Andrea,
Can you hear me? I'm talking.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
loud and clear. Loud and clear, Andrea.
Perfect.
Now we lower.
Andrea, you have to deactivate the microphone for your presentation to avoid any disturbance. If you need anything, just say it.
Okay, Andrea.
Yeah.
So, are you ready? Yes, of course you are.
Yeah.
The slides you may present by your own.
I can share the screen if you want.
Okay. Let's do that.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, of course we can see.
Perfect. Okay, we can start.
Okay. So, okay. So now Andrea Cerasa from JRC, which is a branch of the European Commission, as you may know, and Andrea is a researcher, top level researcher, I would say, and he's working on price estimation for customs risks. And JRC is working hardly in recent years over the past years on this topic. And Andrea is going to present us some insight, some advances and future research in price estimation for customs risks. Presentation from Andrea is very much connected to what we said about the statistical value, and which is, again, I repeat, the core topic of our research. Just the usual disclaimer that Andrea is acting strictly in a personal capacity, and that the opinion expressed by Andrea are not the European Commission JRC opinion. So, Andrea, the floor is yours. I switch off my microphone to avoid redundancies.
Thanks a lot, Giangiacomo, and sorry for not being there. It's a hard week, but okay. I'm happy to share with you some advancements and developments that we are currently carried on inside the project, collaboration project with DG Olaf. And actually, as you said, with the acronym AMT, Automated Monitoring Tools, actually, we put together all the statistical tools that we are developing in collaboration with Olaf, just targeted to, providing a fair price and a fair value for imports in EU. So what I'm going to present is actually really the most updated things that we are working on. So it's actually something that we are doing, we are developing. We developed during this year and we are currently developing. And the first development is a more detailed input and a new temporal reference for prices. And I'm going to explain soon what I mean with this title. You may know that all the MT tools are showed, displayed, collected in two tools. One is Theseus, which is the website of the GRC, and the other one is AFIS, which is the website of Olaf. And we have a clean average price now, currently, developed on COMEX data. COMEX data are the data set provided by Eurostat and then collect monthly aggregates of quantity and value which are imported in the EU from member states. And actually, the main prices that are estimated and displayed in these two websites are the CAP 48, so the clean average price based on 48 months of data, and then actually each CAP 48, each price of this section tells us what is the robust import price for 1 kilo of product P from country O to the member state D. And the period considered is 44 years, 48 months. Then we have the section of the CAP 1 based again on COMEX data, so on monthly aggregates. And actually, it's quite similar. The difference is that we do not fix anymore the product origin and the destination, but we fix only the product at the origin, and we consider only 1 month of data. So we have a monthly version of the EU prices for imports. What we are currently developing is a new set of prices that embed two original contributions. First of all, we are not using any more COMEX. We are thinking to use surveillance data. And then I'll explain you what are surveillance data. And secondly, we are introducing a new temporal reference for prices. And actually, the final target is to arrive to a CAP 12 prices. So a new temporal reference, because we are not talking anymore about 4 years and 1 month, but we are talking about year, so yearly prices. And we have a new input because the input is the surveillance data. Let's see why these two improvements, we consider these two original contribution, but we consider them as improvements. So why surveillance data? Because as I told you before, COMEX data are monthly aggregates. Surveillance data contain single custom declarations. So with surveillance, we can have information about each single custom declaration. So a more detailed information compared to COMEX. What are the consequences? So we are switching from monthly aggregates to single declaration data. So what are the main advantages? First of all, we improve the quality of the estimate because we have more information, we have more granular information. So we can have a more detailed picture of the markets. Secondly, we can go to a tariff nomenclature. So the product will be defined not only using the 8 digits of the combined nomenclature as in COMEX, but we can use the tariff nomenclature, so the 10 digits code, and this provide a better classification of products. And then in tariff, we have also a lot of more information about the imports, as for example, the mean of transport. So we can think to estimate prices also, not only for each product origin combination, but also for each product origin and mean of transport. Actually, this last point is a work in progress that we postpone for future years. Why a yearly price? So why from the monthly approach and the 4-year approach, we go for a 12 months approach? because this actually follows a direct feedback received from custom authorities, because usually custom audit, custom risk applications, and so on are updated on a yearly basis and cover a period of 1 year. So actually, the 4-year prices refer to a too broad temporal reference, whereas in the monthly prices, you have only the problem that you have to find a reliable, you know, aggregation or a reliable summary of the 12 monthly prices that are in a year. So yes, you can use mean, you can use median, but mainly the best compromise is to go directly for a yearly price, and this is going to be tailored to the temporal requirements of custom application. This concludes the first topic. The second one is a very nice one, and is a quality indicator for the price that we produce and we publish on AFIS and in Teseus. Because actually, all our prices are based on the single price model. So we are supposing that there is a linear relation between the net mass and the statistical value, as in this plot. So in this plot, you can see that, so imagine that on the x-axis, you have the net mass. On the y-axis, you have the statistical value. All the points are along a straight line. And then you know that with a single price, you can summarize this market. So this market is represented by a single price. Actually, the reality offers more complex situations. For example, cases of multiple populations, so multiple prices, and cases of, in general, heterogeneity. So cases in where the single price model is not reliable. Actually, inspection case by case is impossible. So by eye, you can see very easily spot which is one case and which is the other. But we estimate thousands of prices. So we have thousands of plots to investigate where the price is good or not. So eye by eye is impossible, practically impossible. And so what we want to do is develop an AI procedure that is able to tell you, look, in these cases, you have a single price, even with some heterogeneity, but still you have a single price where where you have cases where with the single price you can represent faithfully the market, from the red cases where you can say, no, here you have not a single price. And I simply, personally, I do not know if there is one price for the products in the red box. So this tool will allow to automatically identify the product origin combination where we can have a single price and where a single price can meaningfully represent the market. The third issue, and maybe this is very important for you and this is very interesting for you, is the possibility to provide price thresholds for under-evaluation risk. I heard this topic that was treated under different point of view also in the previous presentation, because I know that this is a very, very sensitive topic. So actually, as a JRC, as a researcher, as a statistical analyst, what we are doing is to investigating the concept of a lowest acceptable price for each product origin combination from a methodological perspective. So can we really find a statistical procedure to estimate the lowest acceptable price? So, and the lowest acceptable price is the answer to this very, very important question. So what is the minimum import price for the product, a product and coming from an origin under which we could reasonably suspect that there is underevaluation? Our ambition, I repeat, as a JRC, so as a statistical researcher, my ambition is to develop a methodological proposal that is supported by a economic and statistical foundation that are more robust than the thresholds that have been employed in previous investigations. So to provide a price that from a statistical point of view is sounding. Then from a legal point of view, this is another completely another topic, another floor, and this not my floor, and I leave to you then the you know the possibility to judge it from a legal point of view. So these are the three main topics that we are working on in the Jersey concerning under evaluation and pricing.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you very much. Applause for you from the room. You can hear it. And
thank you.
Just a quick remark, Andrea, you finished your presentation by saying statistical issues are apart from legal issues. I can partly disagree. Legal and statistical.
No.
Assure you,
No.
reassure you.
What I wanted to say that I can say if a procedure is statistically valid. If it is legally valid, it's not up to me, unfortunately. So,
or perhaps fortunately, yeah, no, I agree. It was just a joke. Thank you again, Andrea. Very interesting, and you gave us an idea of the advances in robust statistic for price estimation, and we all know how statistical values may be very important tools in customs controls, and perhaps some updates are going to be delivered by the banking case from the ECJ we already mentioned today. Okay, now I thank you again, Andrea, and now I don't know if Diego, I think so, Diego Motonesi from Olaf is online. Now
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, Diego, I put you in okay, so Diego, are you able to present the slide by your own? By sharing the screen? Okay, perfect.
Very good.
Okay, very good. So, yeah, okay, now we see you. No, we do not see you anymore. Or perhaps yes.
You'll be able to see the screen.
The screen. No, now we see you. Yeah, the presentation and you in a little screen. Very good. So Diego is an officer of the head of unit.
Sector. Thank you.
Head of sector at the B3 at Olaf. Correct, Diego?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor.
And is studying, is working on customs evaluation controls. And so he's going to give us some updates in this field. And the usual disclaimer, Diego is speaking strictly in a personal capacity without any formal or institutional representation of the Olaf. So the opinion expressed by Diego today not necessarily are the opinion of the Olaf. So Diego, after this usual disclaimer, the floor is yours, and we are eager to hear from you the updates on these topics.
Thank you very much, Professor. Yeah, in this presentation that I prepared for you, I'm going to address the latest development in customs evaluation and also e-commerce. So the idea is to give you an update of what we have seen from the legal point of view in a customs evaluation, but also in perhaps more from the operational point of view in e-commerce, and of course this in an anti-fraud perspective. So I'm going to do this through 4 or 5 main points that are from the legal perspective, the cases, the legal cases Keladis 1 and 2, the decision of the Court of Justice in the case Czech Republic versus European Commission. Another case that is the FAM 4.0, and then I will pass to e-commerce and then the conclusions. So first of all, the Keladis. Well, this here we are talking about 2 cases, C7224 and C7324, that are under discussion at the level of the Court of Justice. What happened recently in the last few weeks, that it happened that the opinion of the Advocate General Norcus was published. Now, this opinion is not legally binding for the decision of the Court of Justice, but of course sets a tone of what could be later on decided by the Court of Justice. It happened in other cases that the decisions of the Court of Justice were completely different than the opinion of the Advocate General. So it's also possible that, of course, the Court of Justice will decide to take a different line. But what is important here for us is that, at least for the time being, the Advocate General Norcus said clearly that the Court of Justice of the European Union is not against a statistical method. And this is also something that, in my opinion, is quite important. I don't know if it was already mentioned today during the conference, but it was also said that based on the outcome of the previous discussions of these universities that are participating to these academic discussions, and in particular on a book that was an academic book that was written concerning the aspects of the customs controls in selected member states. And the Advocate General clearly stated that in certain circumstances the court is prepared to permit also the use of statistical value method, enabling the Commission to adjust declared customs value. So this is quite an important statement. We, as Olaf, but also as the European Commission, we agree with this line, and we hope that it will be also reiterated at a later stage by the decision of the Court of Justice. Another point that is important and that I would like to mention today, still contained in this opinion, is that the legal explanation suggested by the Advocate General why minimum prices are or when minimum prices can be against the European Union legislation. So they're against the European Union legislation, and they cannot be used if they are systematic, or what they are systematic. They cannot be used because they are systematic. They're systematic use of a specific average price. So just to give an idea, in the past, the customs official had a book, and in this book there were reported minimum values, and if goods that were presented to the customs official was declared with a value above the value indicated in the book, that goods could not enter into the European Union. So in this case, this is a minimum price. This is systematic, and this cannot be used. In the case under discussion, it is necessary, says the Advocate General Norcus, if the value that was used by the by the customs legislation was systematic, or if a lower value actually was possible. Another point is that minimum prices are coming. I mean, they are not that the minimum prices then do not come from they have to be somehow linked to, this was the so-called French argument, with the state legislation. Otherwise, they cannot be equated with minimum customs value. So it is necessary to investigate if there is a link or not with what is decided by public authority, in other words. I move now to another case that is important because apparently suggests something completely different from the opinion of the Advocate General, and was published after the opinion that I've just mentioned. Is the case Czech Republic versus the European Commission. And based on this case, it might seem, based on the reading of this case, that, for instance, statistical methodologies could not be used in the European Union for customs purposes. However, it is important to put this case into the context. This was not a case concerning customs, but as I mentioned in the slide, in the first point, it is a case of own resources. It was a case of own resources and that's why the Czech Republic was was going to court against the European Commission, because the Czech Republic didn't agree to pay back own resources to the European Commission based on the reasons that were put forward by us, ultimately actually by the Directorate General responsible for the budget. Here, what is important is that the authorities, there are certain rooms to compare the customs value of the goods with customs value of the goods concerned. Here they mentioned the PCA discount, that is a year exercise that was also that took place in order to detect undervaluation. So it was contained in a specific guidelines that were related to this specific exercise. So in other words, the Court of Justice of the European Union is not judging as a general statement, but just in relation to one specific action that was put in place. Then, of course, the Court of Justice says that there are margin of discretions enjoyed by member states and carried out customs controls. But the critical point of this decision is that the Court of Justice says that the Commission said that the statistical value cannot be used as for a determination of the value, but only as a risk analysis tool. Now, we are in touch also with other Directorate Generals of the European Commission, in particular with the one dealing with the legislation and the one dealing with the budget. And I can say that I have a very clear idea of what is the line of the European Commission. And here, most probably, there was a misunderstanding by the Court of Justice of the European Union, because the European Commission has never considered that risk analysis, that statistical tools can be used exclusively as a risk analysis. It is true that there was an evolution based on certain legal considerations of the possible use of the statistical method. But this that you can see in between the inverted commas is quite a strong statement, and perhaps from the factual point of view there was a bit of confusion. So we consider that this decision of the Court of Justice might not be conclusive, first of all because it's in a context that is very specific, and second because the European Commission, at least today and for a while already, has a different opinion than the one that was reported in this decision. The third one, the third decision, the third legal case is the Fund for All. There is just an ongoing discussions. There are some questions that were asked in particular by the Court of Justice. Here I'm presenting the two most relevant questions. So if the statistical method as a last resort, because we are always discussing about the possible use of statistical method to determine the customs value of the goods as a last resort, meaning when anything else can be used. So the question is it possible to use an arithmetic mean of the unit price per kilogram? And if so, does this method ensure compliance with existing legislation? Well, here the position, our position, the position of the Commission is that an arithmetic mean cannot be considered necessarily minimal or arbitrary. It can be considered minimal or arbitrary if it is used systematically. And this was the point that I presented that was also reiterated by the Advocate General that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. So as far as there is a dialogue with the customs authorities that is possible, and there is not an automatism, there is not a systematicity of use statistical methods that therefore could be considered minimal or arbitrary. And the unit price per kilo is therefore acceptable as approach if the established value is not arbitrary, is not minimal, and therefore is not used systematically. So these were the 3 points that I've covered concerning the legal point of view. I will move now to e-commerce, and here I would like to mention in particular one example of fraud in e-commerce. It's a new scheme that we have seen recently. E-commerce, in particular, import one-stop shop presents a lot of challenges because there are a simplified data set, just to remind how IOSS works, that is communicated to customs, and it is necessary to indicate also the IOSS number. Customs authorities cannot check the owner of the IOSS number, can only check if the IOSS number exists or not. And at the end of the period, there are the importer has to declare the VAT via ISS, but this declaration is based on aggregated data. So it is very difficult, or actually it is impossible, to make a reconciliation between VAT data and customs data, or otherwise this reconciliation, of course, is based between aggregated data. So it's not a detailed reconciliation entry by entry. What another database that is available to the fiscal authorities is CISOP, that consists in the transactions that were put in place, and therefore this actually is something that could be very helpful to verify these 3 different sets of data. Of course, this is a challenge because we are talking about big numbers. The actors involved are different because H7 customs data are going to customs. VAT data, of course, they are going to VAT authorities. Very often they are different. And so it is a huge level of coordination. It is involved. On top of that, of course, the customs declarations are sent to the member states of import. So potentially 27 different member states, whereas the ISS is taking place only in one. Well, this as a background, in this specific case, we can see a scheme of missing trader is the company A that is a missing trader that has an ISS number and is basically used by other companies. This number is used by other companies at the moment of import. So company A is, for instance, a German company. doesn't send an invoice to the final consumer, it doesn't present a movement of money or bank accounts statements, is declaring EOS, but for an amount that is undervalued, and declares H7. Then, of course, there is a certain, the goods are passing from different other companies. The company that actually is delivering to the final consumer is the company D, and the final consumer, of course, doesn't pay 10 euros. That is what the company declares in IS, but it declares 60 euros. So there is a huge undervaluation going on, and it is very difficult to then detect the VAT that is lost. So the challenges here are, of course, the match between ISS and DHL and VAT data and the customs data, the importance of the financial data, as I said, in order to make a reconciliation, but this is, of course, is quite difficult. It is not possible to identify the actual sellers without questioning each recipient of the goods, but of course, each recipient of the goods are the final consumer. So it would be an extremely time-consuming process sending letters to final consumers. On top of that, if you block the goods, if you manage to block the goods and to prevent that these are delivered to the final consumer, very often the company delivers a new product. And sometimes the final consumer doesn't even, even loses the interest to reply to its own national authorities. Even if it were possible to identify the actual sellers and payees to whom the payment is made via PayPal, Stripe, or other data, it is unlikely to collect then, and if you manage to show that actually there is a fraud, it is very unlikely then to collect the data retroactively in China from a Chinese company or a Singaporean company. So this is another big challenge. Fourth challenge, of course, it's possible once that you are extremely successful, you manage to block this fraudulent circuit, it's very easy to create a new shell company. So these are the challenges that we are facing. It's one of the first time that we see this kind of frauds with the missing trader applied into ISS. And of course, we would have a need to ask data to customs authorities in third countries. This is something in this slide I would like to show something. I would like to discuss something slightly different. Is a case of website that is realizing a VAT evasion in a different member state. Sometimes we also see goods that are entering into the European Union, but managing to skip the customs. And of course, here we have an additional challenge because we know or we suspect that goods are leaving from one specific country, but we would need the cooperation of the third country, for instance, China, Hong Kong, to get information of the final recipients to whom the goods were subsequently shipped to the European Union. And of course, the type of cooperation can be very challenging and slow in these cases. So also here, the possibility to recover the VAT due is quite complicated. So just to move to the conclusions is that our societies are evolving, so also our laws. It is important from us, from an anti-fraud perspective, to get the possibility to use a statistical methodology, because this is an important tool for member states who are willing to exploit it to try to block frauds from the analysis point of view, but also to have the tools that are needed in case of last resort, of course, in the context of redetermination of the customs value. But of course, it is always necessary to find a balance, a fair balance between taxpayers' rights, clearance of the legal system, and fight against fraud, and of course also respect of the financial interest of the European Union. So I hope that with these examples, final examples, especially in e-commerce, I showed how it is difficult to find this right balance, and how in also the anti-fraud perspective is still important, also in view of adapting the existing legislation in the future, because unfortunately artificial intelligence won't be the answer for everything. So this is the last point of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to reply to questions, if any.
Thank you. Thank you. Applause. Applause for you, Diego. From here, is there any other remarks from the audience here? No. So thank you, Diego. And so I just give you. Okay, I cannot. We are at the end. I cannot. Of course, we discussed about customs evaluation. We cannot agree on customs evaluation, but we agree our time, your time is the value of your time is very high. So we exceeded. So I don't want you bother anymore. Just a very quick remind, I recapture what Diego said. I'm very proud, of course, what we did in the first edition has been considered by the Olaf and by also, it seems, some advocates generals at the European Court of Justice. And it is very important what Diego said, at least in my opinion, about the key point in the statistical value and customs evaluation. Statistical values is not rejected as a whole, is not accepted as a whole, but the key point, the key is the dialogue between customs administration and economic operators. And I think as academics, our role is always to foster dialogue and to propose new idea on dialogue, because throughout the dialogue we can settle and solve lots of issues nowadays in particular. Thank you so much. Thank you for trusting me in this adventure, guys. Thank you.